Hey folks, morning, happy Tuesday. Well, afternoon, I suppose. Happy Tuesday. So I am continuing work on the Hall of Trials revisions that I've been planning to do for some time, and then I streamed a little bit last week. I spent a lot of time this weekend and yesterday working on some stuff. We got some new features from Wall of Justice, including a video player for signs so that I can show gameplay demonstrations right on the sign to make it a little easier to understand what you're expected to do as a player. Instead of just having to read it, you actually get to see it happen, and that'll set you up better to understand what to do next. So part of what I'm doing is, let's see if I can get, is this, unfortunately a socialist shows up, but it looks like I can just do recordings, and I can do something like, and maybe I can capture another video of me fizzling a spell. Okay, that's good. What? Let's turn off the HUD and do a spizzle. A spizzle. Ding, ding. Alright, so my character's out of mana. Anyway, so yeah, that's all part of what we're doing here, is capturing recordings and assigning images to signs. And last week on Friday, I think I showed you through trial 1 and 2, which I had completed building on stream. Well, I didn't build them all on stream, but I had completed them and showed them on stream. And so let's look at some of the other stuff that I've done since then. So the Hall of Trials hub is now done. Welcome to the Hall of Trials. Here you shall be taught and tested. I used one of our bigger fonts for the Hall of Trials hub on occasion, depending on the purpose. So this is like an announcement sign. It doesn't really have informational text on it. It's more just about the flavor and sort of the title of what's going on here. This is more like instructional text, so it's using this font. Same with this one. So you may recognize, if you're familiar with the Hall of Trials, you may recognize that, Trial 1, Dungeon Basics and Melee Fighting. It's pretty simple. We ran through those last week. I've added a couple more signs here and there to obscure locations in the Trials Hub. So this one, I realized by watching a lot of people play through the Trials on Twitch, I realized that the connection between the real game and the Trials get kind of confused. Like, players get through the Trials and they expect the game to operate more or less like the Trials have been operating, but it doesn't exactly. And so I'm trying to leave hints in there to suggest different things that occur in the main game, such as the fact that you pick a character class, and then I try to tie it back to the, teaching some lesson here. So I've got the Warrior, Rogue, and Wizard, sort of like the core 3 fantasy archetypes. There are class icons displayed here just to be like, the training will benefit all classes. And then sort of an introduction to stats and what they are, and how classes associate with stats. So let's real quick run through Trials 3 and 4. I haven't done the videos, so I did the videos for Trial 1. Let's actually go ahead and look at the videos for Trial 1, because y'all haven't seen that. So, this is all the same. Actually, let's use our gamepad so that all of the UI matches. And then over here you can see I've made a video pop out. And it's just a very quick video that says, "Hi, Sneak. Sorry for not making it here sooner. The village right now needs to conserve it. It's politically motivated." Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Hank. Yeah, thanks for showing up. So yeah, this little video just shows a very simple scene of a character taking a torch to drive home the idea that, yes, this isn't just decoration, it can be removed from the wall. And then, okay, now that you have a torch, maybe you don't know what to do, and so this scene says how to access your inventory and equip an item. So we'll go ahead and follow what that says. What about the secrets? Well, I don't describe how to get to the secrets. Alright, have fun with your mosquito ink. This one just real quick showing the relationship between the lever and the gate. And the gates do have, or the secrets do have signs. So this one doesn't have a video, so it's unchanged from when you last saw it. Not all of them require videos. But this one does have a video to just really drive home the lesson of, where to look for these stats. It's kind of a distracting video, so if you're trying to read the sign, it might be like distracting to have this video on the side. Not quite sure what to do about that. I mean, we've talked about having a button that's like, play video and then have it play once. But for now, like, if it's just too much information, you can just kind of ignore it. I don't know. We'll see how it tests. This one demonstrating the difference between a standard rapid attack and a critical strike. Displaying both that, you can hold down the attack for the entire, when the sword is shaking and when it releases itself. Or as soon as it starts shaking, you can release the attack button, and that will get you a critical strike, is what I'm trying to show here. So let's just get through there. We've got this block video, put on the shield, get the AC, and then you can block. That's what that short video shows. Alright, and then this video just shows how quickly using the hotbar you can switch between a torch and a shield. Put them in using code. So Wall of Justice added the feature with code, and then using JSONs, I identify where the movies go and what movies play. And then I use editing software and conversion software to make it appropriate for the game before I put it in there. So maybe we'll see some of that on stream today. I think I might stick to just signs today, just because the video work involves a ton of steps and switching back and forth between different programs to manage it. Whereas signs is mostly just JSON editing and occasionally like creating an image for the sign. So I don't know how much all over the place I want to be today while I'm on stream. Complex processes are a little bit like tedious to show on stream. This one is showing assigning hotbar items, and so hopefully we'll make it very clear what you're supposed to do. And then one of the other features that we have is that signs can be different if you're using a mouse and keyboard. And so if you're on mouse and keyboard, it'll play this slightly different video instead. So that kind of goes to show you like how many videos have had to capture, edit, convert, and assign to these signs, because like sometimes I need 2 freaking videos for the same sign. It's a lot of work to get this in a polished state. And then sometimes I just spoil the solution to a problem here, because I think, as I said on Friday, the tutorials can get a little too hard for people in a way that I don't think makes the learning experience any better. I think it is more fun for people who are like a bit of a glutton for punishment, but I don't want to lean into that too hard into the tutorials. So here's the attack pace one that shows the block attack rhythm. It also incidentally shows leading into the combat encounter with a critical strike, which I don't really call out explicitly, but is something that I've explained to the players what a critical strike is. There's an intuitive understanding that it takes longer to charge one, and so if you're heading towards an enemy, like, that's a smart time to use it. And so I'm kind of demonstrating that on top of showing the block attack rhythm. I don't recall if I showed you guys this on Monday. I think I did, but we'll look at it anyway. So we have this demonstration of an enemy attacking just in case the player really needs to see it in real-time gameplay to understand it. How the secret looks like, I'll show you. Don't worry, I'm getting there. You have to get there after the other things. I appreciate that, Ink. You know, that's the kind of thing where it's just like I have to be able to collect the videos alongside the sign I'm working in, and the signs kind of change as I go. Like sometimes the sign as it was in the game needs to be adjusted by the wording, or maybe even its placement, or maybe split in between two signs instead of being one sign. And then like what exactly needs to go into the video, and how it is best formatted. Those are all like really particular decisions, and so I wouldn't want to waste your time because I wouldn't be able to give you a description up front. It's all very iterative. Like I try things out, and then when I don't like it, I redo it, and going back and forth with another person on that would just probably make it take longer, and I'd end up waiting for video deliveries and stuff like that. So it's probably best to keep it all in one person's responsibility so it can be adjusted rapidly. I don't know if I showed this. I have all these icons for each of the weapon skills here. These are new signs compared to what was already in the Hall of Trials, that describe skill and the effects of skill and degradation. And so by putting the skill icons here, I'm hoping to communicate these are all the weapon skills that this sign applies to. I mean, of course, blocking doesn't do damage, but it's relevant to the other elements of the sign enough that I wanted to include it. Okay, so this is, spoiler alert, how you get into the secret area. And then if you use Mirror Shield, it can do damage. That's funny. So yeah, there's no fancy video for this one. It's a secret, and like it's just more melee attacks. So this is what the secret looks like. El Pope. And then there is one other change at the end of the skeleton fight here. I made the skeleton fight slightly harder because like you didn't even have to try to do anything to win this fight before. I mean, it's still like really easy if you have a shield on. If you don't have the shield on, it can get pretty hard if you don't know what you're doing. What about the secret of tankering? To teach to use driver bots to active trap. Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten to the tankering tutorial yet, El Pope. So I don't have anything for that yet. And it certainly won't be in this tutorial, this trial. Okay, so this sign has not changed, but I added a new sign with a pillar here. Congratulations, you just passed trial 1, dungeon basics and melee combat. And this is the only trial I'm adding this to, because what I'd like to happen is that when the player first enters the tutorials, I would like them to actually jump straight to trial 1. And the only thing that can be confusing about that is that when you exit trial 1, you know, you may not even be aware that you were in trial 1, and so when you go to do more trials in the Hall of Trials, you might be, you know, you might be wandering around and being like, oh, trial 1, I guess I'll start there. And if you didn't know you'd already done trial 1, there's you might enter accidentally. And so by having this sign at the end, and then you have this other sign that says this trapdoor takes you to the Hall of Trials hub, then it should be very clear what's happening. So here we are in the trial hub. I showed you some of this already, but there's something else I added. So, you know, 5 and 6 are normal. Everything past trial 5 and 6 are what I would consider advanced lessons. And so I've added the advanced lesson text in red to follower stuff, potions and alchemy, tinkering, and shops. And one of the reasons why I did that is because not only are these trials like more technical, they're like they have more, each lesson has a lot more steps to them, and the tests tend to be a little bit harder. The other thing is that you don't, like, these aren't really the basics of the game. These are very specific gameplay styles. And so if you never do these trials, like, you're fine. Like, you can play the whole game and never do alchemy, tinkering, or even shopping if you're a monster race, most certainly. And so, or have followers. Like, those are all things that you can just completely ignore and do great at the game. And so I've marked those with advanced, and that will allow me to keep them a little bit more difficult and technical. Whereas a player, you know, once they finish trial number 6, I might go looking for trial 7, be like, leadership stuff, I don't need to know if I need to bother with that. And maybe they can go start and play the game right then. And I think that might be wise. And in fact, at the end of stealth, I might tell the player explicitly, like, you know, if you've mastered trials 1 through 6, you know most of what you need to do to play the game. Feel free to go adventuring. Lesson 10 that I found that merchants are dangerous. That's good. Yeah. Okay. So, what are we doing now? So, trial 3. I think I had worked through trial 3 mostly on stream. Caution, deadly traps ahead. I don't know if I worked through this on... if I actually worked through this on stream. So boulder traps are always accompanied by a hole in the ceiling. Make sure you have enough light to see them clearly. I think I did a lot of this work on stream. I'm not 100% sure. You can always hear the boulder coming. Take care when you hear it. This always opened at this point. If you decided to backtrack after that boulder fell, you could always go back and get to the secret. But now I've, you know, made the sign a little bit more helpful, and it's a little easier to get into the secret so that you can benefit from the amulet of life saving. One of my intentions is that each of the secrets in the trials should make the final test easier, and or in this case the rest of the trial easier. And so I wanted to give the player access to the life saving amulet before they had to do the rest of the trial. Levers and traps can cause a series of events. Of course, I included the new sound effects, although I'm not capturing those for you right now. Drop or throw items to trigger traps safely. Remove items from your inventory with left click to drop them in front of you. So, actually, let's switch back to our gamepad. You can see the sign says remove items from your inventory with Y to drop them in front of you now. So this is a case where I changed the signs pretty... like, so that they're pretty different from what they were originally. Like, this one is where I describe that you can drop things from your inventory, whereas before that was over here in front of the spikes. But the more important lesson for the spikes I found was that you need to leave an item on a trap in order to prevent it from rearming. And I never described that anywhere else in the trials, and this is where I would see players get killed by making that mistake. And so... leave an item on certain traps to ensure they do not rearm is the hint I'm dropping here. And that's a problem that they all drop. Anyway. So we'll get through here. Trigger traps may cause unforeseen consequences. Oh yeah, my daughter was watching as I made that, and she enjoyed the Half-Life reference. You know, I'm pretty sure I did do all this stuff on stream, so forgive the redundancy. Some items can modify your abilities, equip the ring of strength to gain strength you need. So I will probably record a video here of pushing the boulder. We all made those rookie mistakes, yeah. With 5 strength, you can push boulder with A. You may also carry more weight without it slowing you down, so... I will definitely capture videos of rolling the boulder into the ghoul. All right. This is this whole area is slightly easier because I'm giving about 1 second of more warning before the traps fall. Because I want to the trials to have this consistent quality where you hear a trap that's about to go off. There you go. Really cute. Your daughter's committed to Half-Life. Ever seen the Half-Life 3 jokes? Oh yeah, she's definitely familiar with all the memes, which I find very charming. And then this last sign, keen eyes and ears provide ample warnings. Do not panic. All right. So then trial 4, I did this weekend off stream. Sorry, trial 4 is over here. I think I started this one on stream and then I finished it over the weekend off stream. So I show all the status effect icons here that towels can fix to sort of drive home how important towels are. This is where we're introduced to the concept of hunger. I'm not super happy that I have to stand up here to get to the sign. Cannot attack, block, or cast spells while swimming. You can interact though. G-Man has to be my favorite character of the franchise. Yeah, he's an enigma for sure. I put tables here because I noticed that players would drop the food and it would accidentally reactivate the pressure plates. And so now there's literally no way to you can't even stand on these pressure plates without breaking the tables. And so I believe players will not make that mistake so much anymore. These signs, I'm pretty sure I was in the middle of working on them and I did not finish them on stream, so this should all be new to you. Rotten food can make you sick, hastening your starvation. Most items in the dungeon are not identified. If your appraisal skill is low, you may fail to identify them. And so I'm connecting the yellow not identified color to sort of drive that home. This is a difference. So it used to be that this room would immediately open up and there'd be 2 tables. And I felt that it was more, there's more to say about cursed items. And so I made it this own little offshoot room. You can skip it because you don't need any of these items for the trial. But players who want to learn about cursed items can go into this little learning closet. Sometimes cursed items are better than nothing. You use them when you must. Some curses have penalties on use, or worse, their benefits are reversed. So, Jester Hat, I put that on, and it lowers my charisma. And so I wanted to be clear to the player what it looks like when you've got a penalty because of a curse, and it looks just like this. This one, cursed equipment cannot normally be removed once equipped. The consequences of this may be devastating depending on the item. So this is showing that, oh, I'm holding a lockpick. I literally can't attack anymore. The attack stat now has a dash on it. Unable to attack while held, interacts with objects in world use. Wow, it just shows the lockpick tooltip. That's great. Yeah, this is a cool song. And then this is sort of a new one. Prioritize inventory items to appraise first by pressing right stick. So, of course, it's all identified already. Press right stick on identified items to view verbose details. So this is a new feature that I wanted to call attention to with this trial. Lost around to a cursed lockpick. Yeah, if you got no door in front of you, there's nothing you can do about a cursed lockpick. It's pretty rude. So yeah, I give the player a potion of cursed restore magic here. I actually start the player with like very low magic in here, and so I've been going very slow because I've been explaining things. But normally when the player gets here, they'll be low on magic, and so they may be tempted to drink this potion, and then they'll see that it gives them the slow effect when it's cursed. Poor quality food may or may not make you sick. Your desperation should influence if it is worth the risk. So in this trial, I added a lot more red text because it's about penalties and stuff a lot. I don't want red text in all the trials and stuff, but mostly for like when I'm teaching about negative effects, which isn't that often. So this sign, discard items you don't need, they weigh you down, moving slow can get you killed. I should probably make killed red there, shouldn't I? Let's do that right now while we're thinking about it. So tutorial 3. Oh no, this is tutorial 4. We're gonna edit this. Killed. Okay. What's going on here? Okay. Oh, I see what happens. So it's coloring things incorrectly. So I just need highlights 2 to be red. That actually might fix it. Or other way around, honestly. Let's see how that works. Load scripts. Discard items you don't need as they weigh you down. Moving slowly can get you killed. Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted. My best friend Nerman once had been stuck with a blessed string of teleportation for the whole run as an incubus. He got destroyed armor, it didn't help, and he was really mad. He also blessed his whip on accident. Yeah. Yep. Incubus is great. I like succubus a lot as well, and so yeah, it's the risk, like, you just have to kind of ignore fountains. And yeah, rings not counting as enchant armor is interesting. There's really no way to directly bless rings, which is probably not bad. Okay. One of the amulets is enchanted with the deadly curse. Appraisal will tell you which is which. So that hasn't changed. This was already quite an effective sign. But I did expand this room a little bit so that when you come around back, there's another sign in the back. One of the things I realized about this trial is I didn't talk much about blessings and what they do. And so blessings may offer enhanced effects to some items. That's like, it's a vague tip that I give, but it's better than I had before. And so I give fruit juice because like a blessing of +2 on fruit juice makes it like almost just as good as a healing potion. And I start the player off this trial with very low health, and so then there's just an example of a blessing being good. I rewrote this sign. You may not always have the luxury of time when faced with challenges in the dungeon. Imperfect solutions may be necessary to survive. You will now be tested. So I'm trying to like tie the theme of this trial down more to this is sort of like a time and decision making trial with cursed items as sort of like the primary way to express what kinds of choices you might have to make when you don't have infinite time. And so the trial is about, it's not really about food, but it is about time management. And so I'm trying to tie that all together. Like, when you can't take forever, you have to make tough choices. And that's kind of a big, important part of the game. So that's what this trial is really about. And we'll show you guys the, oh look, they're crabs because I still have that mode on. All right. Scrolls of identification, but certain you need when you don't have time to wait around. Okay. So I've changed these signs a little bit. Patience may cause your death, just an icon of an unidentified potion. Really trying to drive home to the player that they can't just wait around. This is a cursed amulet of magic reflection. This effect still works even when it's cursed. So previously this sign just said a life or death decision. I gave the player an unidentified amulet and just left it to them if they were going to use it. And most players I saw were panicking too much about flying, and knowing that potion wouldn't last forever, so that they just didn't put on the amulet. But that's not really what I'm trying to. I'm not trying to force the player to make a 50-50 decision here. I'm trying to force them to act on the knowledge that sometimes you have to use cursed items. And so by making it obvious that this item is cursed, I really want the player to just exercise and practice that fact before the trial's over. And so I'm not killing them on purpose. And if they wait to identify it or have the scroll, that's fine. Now they have magic resistance. And if levitation wears off while you're over a pit, you will surely die. So that's something else I'm teaching here for the first time. Let's go ahead and eat this. One of the other things I had here is that if you crossed over this barrier, the level script would immediately turn off your levitation. And that was very confusing for players sometimes. Like, as soon as they saw the magic sentries shooting at them, they would panic and try to run back off of the ledge. But their levitation effect was gone, and it was gone in a way that wasn't fair. It was completely scripted that I had removed their levitation effect. And, you know, I added some text that said, your levitation effect suddenly wears off. But, you know, they're not looking at that. They're looking at the danger that's in front of them. And so I felt like it was unfair the way I had set it up before. So now I don't artificially remove the levitation effect. If the player has enough time left on their levitation effect, they can go back over the pit and put that amulet on and then come back. Then I want them to be able to do that. That's good. That's a learning experience. And so now that the trial permits for that. Yeah, unless they're an automaton. Not gonna lie, I always thought that a cursed magic reflection amulet would not bounce off your armor and would just double the magic damage you take. Yeah. Yep. Well, that is not the case. So, all right. And now this is slightly different. This dungeon had, or this trial had like the sign for completion over the end here, but I really I like the idea of making it more consistent, where your hey, you finished the trial sign is right in front of the gate entrance to the ending room of the trial. And so I went in ahead and I put this here. Appraising and deciding whether or not to use an item can mean the difference between life and death in the dungeon. And then I move this food one off to the side because it's not, it's sort of ancillary to the point. Food may seem too scarce at first, persist and improve as an adventurer. So this is more in there because as a nod to the fact that lots of players will not, they just will not understand the food mechanics when they first start. So, what's up, JJ? CUI's busting? Oh, it's all good. Good to see you. Glad you came to hang out with us, JJ. So, all right. So that was trial 4. I still have some footage gathering to do and stuff, just like with trial 2 and 3. I've got no video footage for those on the signs, but the signs themselves and the imagery on the signs and the level reworks are done for those, so that's good. And now, just last night, I started working on the magic tutorial, and so that's what I'm going to be working on mostly today. Adventurers need to understand magic in order to survive the dungeons. So, Cursed Olympic swimming amulet would just put you at a skeleton swimming speed, or reverse the water and lava effect. Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why I added that room with a little bit more explanation about what curses could do, because curses don't do just one thing. Like, yes, if it's equipment, it means that you can't take it off. But sometimes if it gives you a bonus to something, it might remove that bonus. But like with potions, it doesn't reverse the effect of the potion, but it adds a penalty to the potion as well as the benefit. And so that room just sort of explains all of the mechanics of curses and how like you can't always know what the curse is going to do. You kind of have to judge it on a case-by-case basis, and I'm hoping that little room will make that more clear, just almost specifically so that you don't walk away with the kinds of assumptions that you did walk away with. And that's not your fault. It's just that the game isn't explicit about it. All right. Magic staffs are charged with a single kind of spell which any adventurer can use. Equip them and cast from them with A. Oh, actually, A is the wrong choice. I need to actually do right trigger there. It's attack, not A. So we're going to close this. Go to magic staff. Okay, so this is not used, this is attack. And then, if I look at the sign again, equip them and cast from them with right trigger. That's correct. And this sign says doors, furniture, and chests may block your way. Melee attacks can destroy them just as well as firewalls and enemies and boulders. So, I'm probably not going to do a video for this one, but I will do a video for this one. So let's go to our settings, turn off our UI. can do a little footage gathering right now. I think that my video capture was just interrupted by a Steam friend notification, for goodness sake. Alright, that should be enough for that. Okay. Yeah, life-saving is a dud at curse. Well, and that's just it, you know, it's you're not supposed to be able to predict exactly what a curse is gonna do. Okay, we've got these signs mostly done. Besides not having video yet. Spellbooks allow you to memorize spells. Use spellbooks in your inventory with A to memorize the spell. Boom. You know, I may need to say select read. I need to say and read. That's gonna be too long. No, let's see if it's too long. Okay. That's actually better. Okay, now let's fix the highlighting. So we need... so this first one is the controls highlight. And we have... inventory... with... and we're gonna have read be highlighted with controls text 0, 1, 2, 3. Spellbooks in your inventory with A and read to memorize the spell. All right. Good, good. That sign's corrected. Cast the ready spell with right bumper. Cast it consumes MP. But I also have memorized spells appear in your magic list and can be placed in the quick use in the hotbar. Quickly access the list and with blank and ready. So for gamepads, I'm gonna have to adjust this sign so that it describes how to get to the magic list, because it does. You just don't have the available buttons to have a magic list dedicated button. I think that we probably should have that in our binding options, especially because something like the Steam Deck has extra buttons, like the grip buttons, that you should be able to bind to. And a grip button that goes to the magic menu makes a lot of sense to me. So, but for now, at the very least, we're gonna need a separate sign. So all that takes is I duplicate all this. No, this is the wrong one. Memorized. Okay, so we're gonna take tutorial 5M. I'm gonna copy 100% of it. And now we have 5M underscore gamepad. Now this is all it takes for the, so that if I'm on a gamepad, when I activate this sign will show up instead. Okay, so access the list from the inventory with $, and ready to spell with $. So instead of spell list, I have what? the block button. No, I need to not use the block button because the player might be able to change that. So I need to do like menu page left. I'm looking up the code for the controls code word for menu page left. I think it's just menu page left, but I need to look at it anyway, just to make sure I get the syntax right. Yeah, menu page left alt. That's what it is. See, I knew I'd have to look it up. So we go menu page left alt. And then use is correct. Okay. So now access the list from the inventory with left trigger and ready to spell with A. Okay, so we need to what does this look like? LT. Okay. What's up, Garv? Good to see you. So now we've just very easily made a gamepad specific one that doesn't talk about the magic list button, but instead talks about the oops, wrong. Talks about how to get there from the inventory. Ready to spell the thing. Okay. Okay, and I should probably have an image. I don't really have room for an image with all this text. I should have an image of the equipped spell icon, because that's you know, that's what's going to confirm to the player, yes, I have this equipped properly. I'm reading through the sign to see if there's any text I can get rid of here, but I just don't know that I can. Access the list from the inventory with left trigger and ready to spell with the A. Alright, cheers, Pink. Well, I'll go ahead and make the icon, because it is important. I just don't see how I can get away with not having the equipped spell icon, because it really matters. So we're going to get images, UI, inventory, and we're going to, where's the equip icon? I bet it's in system. System images. This is a good song, dude. There it is. Okay, so items, images, spells. We're going to want the Force Bolt because that's the spell that we learn here. And you know, because these icons are smaller, I could actually stand to have the standard equip icon in here instead of this big one. So let's go back to images, UI, HUD, or no, inventory. And then we're gonna have actually I should probably do the hotbar. Hotbar so we're gonna take these and move them here. Is that what it looks like in the game? So if I do this, okay, it's on the left side. Dude, I could geek out over a song like this all day. This is right up my alley. Okay, so that doesn't look exactly like what it looks like in inventory, but you can see the spell icon and the grab icon better here. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll with that. I need to create a little bit of space around this. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna need to, I'm just gonna do this, and then the first image here needs to be moving the glyph for controlling page left down one, and actually I need to do that here too. And then I need to find the magic staff. This is right here, this data. I need to copy that. And then I'm going to replace this. Sign, ready spell. That should do it. Hopefully I didn't make any errors. Okay, I did make errors, predictably. That's okay. I should be able to check them quickly using this JSON tool that I have open. You can't see. 404. What did I do? Not really. It looks like maybe it's this? That's probably not it. No, that wasn't it. Oh, that might have been it. I just needed to get rid of on both. That's odd that I did that error on both of them. Huh, okay. And boom. Hey, and there's just enough room on the sign. Memorize spells appear in your magic list and can be placed for quick use in the hotbar. Access the list from the inventory with LT and ready the spell with A. Okay, so now we're gonna switch to mouse and keyboard and check and make sure that one worked out. No, it did not, because I forgot to add a $sign to this one. Script's not broken, I just wrote it wrong. Actually, it should fix it. There we go. Memory spells, blah, blah. Cool. All right. The sign looks a little messy, but I am satisfied enough with it. Okay. I'm tempted to put in like an image of the MP bar here or something. Okay. All right. It's funny. I was just trying to actually show y'all what work I'd already done, but I was, you know, catching and fixing bugs along the way. And that's fine. So now that we're killing this guy, we're now at 2 signs that I have not done any highlights or images for. I guess I did a glyph for this one. So I need to, this is where I actually start jumping in on new work. So yeah, this is just gonna be the moment-to-moment grind. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn on some videos and stuff for me to listen to while I work, and you guys can just enjoy the process. Thanks for being here, really appreciate you. What's up, Pegwin? Good to see you. I think I'm gonna put the remove curse icon in here. I think it'll look good. Actually, I'm actually gonna do a wide sign here with the cursed crystal shard and the remove curse icon together at once. I think that will be the way to do this. The sign actually looks great. I need to add highlights, but the image works perfectly. All right. It's a little redundant to have another scroll icon here, but I really want to make it very clear that the spell comes from the scroll. I can't capture, hilariously, I can't capture the video for this yet because I don't have the new UI for spending scroll spells. That UI is coming, but it's not in yet. So I'm going to highlight some of this. Okay, I'm already unhappy with the layout of this room. I think if I can, I'd like to focus it a little more because there isn't really a clear order that you're supposed to do things in. The tables feel like they're in the middle of nowhere. I think this can be set up better with just a few tile changes. So I'm gonna mess around with this in the level editor real quick. If we look at the revisions I've done to this, I've made this more of a hallway. That's funny. I don't think I need to have this gate. I don't know. Right now, the way I have this set up is the player can, if they don't grab the scrolls, then they won't be locked out. That's the idea here. Like, this gate can't close if you haven't grabbed the scrolls yet. And that's a good thing. No, it can close. It can close. I think maybe I just don't allow that because... Oh, wait, no. You open the gate by grabbing the scrolls. Okay, you can't get through this gate unless you have the scrolls. All right, that is set up correctly. So then once you get through this gate, the way I've set up the new area is you immediately come through this hallway, the gate closes behind you, and then you have these two tables in front of you. Now, before I had it so that you could see the gate you needed to get through first, and then created this situation where you were like, there's 4 signs at once, you don't really know what order to do things in, but now you have these tables right in front of you, and you have to turn the corner in order to even see that there's a gate you need to get through, and through this gate, there's more signs. So I think that will help. This is, I've never watched somebody get stuck permanently on this, but I've seen people pick up the book, not read either of these signs, and then go and read these signs, and then they're confused. So I think by having these a little bit separated, I can teach a lesson about this book without players instantly going to this gate first and reading those signs. So, yeah. I should also decide if it's better to put the book... Which sign is it better to put the book in front of? I think I'm going to put it on the right side because that way players are more likely to be on the right and then read both signs before they go back to the left. I mean, it really is an exercise in trying to predict what players do and why. It's why early on in the game industry, before there was game design classes that you could take, people recommended just take psychology classes because you're trying to learn how people think. And that's what I spent a lot of my day doing. So yeah, I think this new layout's going to be better. It presents this door as a completely separate problem from the spellbook, although immediately afterwards, and so it should be obvious what you have to do. So I'm not going to restart the level just yet. I have to work on these signs first. I'm going to make some elements for them. I do have a minor problem in that I don't know what color the spellbook is going to be, and so I can't really show it being equipped other than like an image of it in the player's hand, like a physical model of it open. You can still kind of see the cover when it's open, but you can't see it that well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do about that. Okay, so I'm going to include the rare dual control scheme sign here for mouse and keyboard benefit rather than gamepad benefit. A lot of these are like, I'm doing it because gamepad needs a separate instruction, or it would be useful to have a separate instruction. But in this case, mouse and keyboard users can force wield a spellbook by holding down the Alt key and then using it from their hotbar. And so I think I'd like to point that out here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, this might be too much information, but we're gonna give it a shot. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to invoke an image here because we don't actually use the alt as a control glyph anywhere else. Which is like, you know, whatever, YOLO. So I can put in a variable here. It's the only control I mentioned here, so we only do one. And I'm gonna have to invoke images, UI, glyphs, keyboard glyphs rendered, and named keys. So I believe that is going to be okay. This is very verbose, and it isn't immediately tested here. But it does provide sort of like esoteric knowledge about the game. So like this, as goofy as it might sound, there are cases where this is very useful. So just the first example that comes to mind is I've found a spell book of Remove Curse before. And you don't want to read a cursed spellbook of Remove Curse, because then that will delete one of your spells. And the book will destroy itself. But you can wield that cursed book, cast the spell from the book, and then uncurse the book you're holding. And if you do that from the hotbar with Alt, then you never accidentally delete your spell. There are probably some other cases like this, like let's say you're, you have a cursed book of Force Bolt or Healing or something that's maybe in torn condition. You might wield it, and then just plan on holding it until you burn it up. So I don't know. It's not that common of a case. It might be confusing enough that I just don't want it in here in this tutorial, just because it's like very uncommon that you need to do this, but it could be useful. Hey! What's up, Ivy? Welcome to the stream, and welcome to your 45 Raiders. Great to see you. So I've watched a lot of Ivy playing Lunky too. That's probably where a lot of you are coming from, I'm guessing. If not, you may know that Ivy is a world record holder in certain Barony categories. The worst CO run of all time. Well, at least you finished it. But yeah, you're catching me in the middle of a work stream. Felt like 30 plus Neo-Abs. Goodness sakes. Wow, what a great amount of fun. So what we're doing today is I'm making revisions on the Hall of Trials. And if you're not familiar with Barony, the Hall of Trials is sort of our version of a tutorial. Barony is a hard game, and so I tried to bake some of the understanding of difficulty and getting used to the idea of retrying things into the tutorial itself. And so that's why it's called the Hall of Trials instead of just tutorial. And there's 10 different tutorial levels because it's a very complicated RPG and it's a roguelike, and so you kind of never know what problem you're going to run into when you play. So it's just, and there's, you know, like 16 classes to pick from, or actually how many is it? 10 plus 8, 18 classes, I think is what it is. And so we never know what skills the player's going to need when they first start the game. And so the tutorials are split into different skills that you use. And I teach those skills in the tutorials. And anyway, we're doing a massive update that we've been working on for like 2 years. And part of that update is a complete overhaul to our UI. So what you're looking at right now is brand new UI from the game. That it looks different than if you go and buy this game on Steam or Epic Game Store or Humble right now or GOG. You'll see the UI looks completely different. And that's because we've been redoing it over the last 2 years. And so part of redoing that is having a new signs UI for the tutorials. So I'm going through all of those signs and scripting their highlights and the icons that show up in them. Press A on spellbooks in your inventory, select and wield them to equip them. Cast from held spellbooks using left trigger. So if I switch to mouse and keyboard, then this sign is going to be different because of how I've scripted it. So that's all part of the work that I'm doing today, and I've just finished with this room's signs, and now we're going to this. This is the final room in the magic tutorial before you go and get your magic skills tested. It's to see if you actually know how to play this game with magic. I must have deleted this sign on accident. Let's check the editor. So here I'm just giving you a quick glimpse of the game editor. What happened to this sign here? Facing south. -28. Oh, the model got ruined. So I need model number 991. And I'll just add model number 991 to this. And it's calling my tutorial 5Z script. And now next time we load this room, here, let's save that. Next time we load this room, the sign will show up properly. So I'm going in through here, and sometimes I have to make like custom art for the signs so that like an image shows up, like an image of the item that I want the player to see. So this one I'll probably use the Levitation icon for the image, and this one I'll probably use the Restore Magic icon. This one I'll probably use the blue Magic Staff icon, and I've got to make an icon for the sign. Activate this portal. Okay. Activate spells. Okay. All right, so step one, I'm just gonna start working on these signs. I think the purple icon is usually the one that does for Restore Magic, so I could just do that. Maybe I will. So we're gonna open our image editing tool and make a new icon for the sign here. right, so as I'm making this, I'm trying to locate some of the icons that I made so that I can put that in here. Okay, so you can see this miniature restore magic icon here. But of course this is a lot smaller than what shows up in the tutorial sign that I'm trying to make. See how much bigger this icon is. So I think I might actually use the larger icon in here. Or maybe I can make this an extra wide sign. Maybe that's what the universe is telling me, is that this should be a wide format sign. So let's go to the wide format here. Get rid of the curse scroll icon. And we'll go ahead and put this in here. And then we can get rid of the right slot and then instead bring in the magic regen icon. So I'm going to go to Barony Images UI HUD status effects. There we go. And we're going to have regen MP is this icon here. So as you can see, it's the same concept in the icons, but this one is made to be displayed at larger sizes. All right, so let's give that a go. Actually, I kind of like the idea better of having this one on the left because that's the natural regeneration, whereas this stuff going on the right is the potion you can drink. Something like that. Okay, so let's try that out. Let's just see how that looks. So we're going to export that to tutorial 5. This is sign underscore restore MP. I'm going to save that. We're going to go to our scripted JSON file, and we're going to call potions MP restores slowly over time. We're going to add a variable for this image. Let's just copy an image code I wrote before. So like this is a perfectly valid one. Boom, like that. And we called this. Let's do a better job copying. Okay, tutorial 5 sign underscore. Sign restore MP is what we called this. And now when we go to the signing game, we need a $sign here. Okay. Right there. And we'll do another spacer here. All right, so let's see how that looks in game. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Okay. And I did break something, that's okay. We're used to breaking stuff. What's likely is that I put a comma in where I didn't need one or something similar. Oh, you know what? It's this. Data. I need star hashtag. Star hashtag. Does that do it? I'm not a programmer. I'm a designer. I do whatever I have to in order to make things work. Okay, I'm using a JSON editor to see. Oh, I accidentally put an extra comma in somewhere. There's my problem. And a quote. And a quote? How am I putting extra quotes in places? That is potions right. Data scripts. MP right here. These two. That is breaking my script. All right. Reload the scripts and voila. Didn't even notice but nice Sadie's essay 903. I don't know what that is. Is that off your recommendation? I don't know what that is. Oh, my headset? Oh no, I've actually had this headset for several years. That's funny. Yeah, it's a good headset. I got it for very cheap as well, so I'm happy with it. That is crazy. All right, so I don't like how this looks. I think this needs to be centered in order to look good. I'm not going to stay in this layered file though. Instead, I'm going to go to and just open this version data scripts tutorial 5. I'm going to open this manually. Open with Affinity Photo. Now, if you're not, if you do any art or image productivity editing tool stuff, you may not be familiar with Affinity Photo. It's a lot like Photoshop, but it doesn't have a subscription fee, but otherwise it is nearly identical. Okay, so let's go ahead and just pull this in. Something like that. Save as flattened, and then we're gonna go back to Barony, and we're going to actually gonna do dump cache to reload the image. That looks a little more like kind of what I want it to look like. Maybe we don't need that extra buffer here. Let's get rid of this extra buffer line and instead just increase the size of the image slightly. Image, actually we can just move this up. Let's rasterize this. Move the image up, dun, 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 dun. And then dump the cache again. And then we're gonna load scripts as well because I got rid of one of the lines. Boom. All right, that's a little more elegantly arranged. All right, now we're gonna do some highlighting. I'll rearrange some letters here. I want slowly over time on one line. How's that look? I broke it again. I'm so bad at this. All right, I left out a comma, right? I'm sure that's what I did. No? What did I do? Where did I break it? To restore magic. Yes, I left out the comma right here. All right. I can do or after that comma, instead of making that center line so long. So you can see how like particular I'm being about the arrangement is because like the readability is really important. It's a tutorial. And the whole point of this is to educate players. And so if I make it hard to read, or if it's harder to read than necessary, then it's just gonna make it harder to learn the game. And that's not what I'm doing here. We're making the game easy to learn. That's why we're here. Okay, so MP, I'm gonna highlight that word. Slowly over time, I'm gonna highlight 0, 1, 2. And then, or you may find potions. We're gonna make potions the only highlighted 0, 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2. So we're highlighting restore magic. All right, and that's it. So now, look at that. Now we got highlights. MP restores slowly over time, or you may find potions to restore magic occasionally. Actually, I should do. I actually should be potions of restore magic, because we call it MP. So I'm talking about the item here. I'm not talking about the mechanic of MP here. Just found the game on Steam. Nice. Hi, Egg Camper. Yeah, the game, in my opinion, it plays great right now. It's like a D&D co-op game. Yeah, very much like that. So one of the reasons why we made this game is because if you look for first-person dungeon crawlers with co-op, there just aren't any, which is stupid, right? Like, if you're anything like me and you've played D&D in a group for years in your life, like, I always imagine playing D&D style games like it's an immersive first-person adventure. Like, I'm in the dungeons. I am my character. And so games like Skyrim are great because they give you that first-person experience. But none of them are co-op. And every time you're playing D&D or like any tabletop role-playing game, like, you're playing with friends. So the idea that there aren't first-person co-op RPGs is insane to me. So there just aren't. There's so few of them. There's, more first-person survival games, and there's plenty of multiplayer RPGs, but those are all top-down action RPGs and stuff. And so Barony is a first-person RPG. And, our graphics, we're a small studio, so obviously we've got pixel art style graphics, and so, we're not top of the line, like, competing with Bethesda for visuals, but we got all the complex mechanics that you want out of an RPG. Like, no matter what your skills are, you have, like, a lot of ways to approach any problem. And in my opinion, that's necessary for it to feel like an RPG at all. You might have action RPGs like Diablo or whatever, where it's, an RPG, quote unquote, but really all anyone does is just kill bad guys. In Barony, you do all sorts of stuff. Like, you can get spells to open locked doors. You can throw items on pressure plates to activate traps. You can use your tinkering skill to build traps to catch monsters off guard. You can heal your allies. Like, all that traditional RPG stuff we wanted to put into Barony. Top of the line in my heart. Hey, what's up, Ragnarok? Graphics are fine as long as the game runs good and is fun. Thanks, guys. But yeah, so I've talked a lot about it, why it's important to me that it's a first-person co-op game, because that's how I imagine doing role-playing games every time I play them on the tabletop. But also, another awesome thing about the game is it is a roguelike, and so every time you play, the dungeons are different, and the problems you have to solve, therefore, are different. And so you have to stay creative with your party members and how you choose to approach any problem. So, all right, so we finished this sign here. Now we got to move on to the next one. So, cold. I'm just going to do the cold icon here. This one will be easy. Alright, right away we got that cold icon in there. Is it best played on a controller since I'm using one? That's a good question, Ed Camper. So one of the reasons why we did this massive overhaul of all of the game's UI is because it was bad for a controller, and we're porting the game to the Nintendo Switch. And during our port work, the Steam Deck got announced, and so it just got even more important that the game was great on a gamepad. And so the game is intended to be played to be played perfectly on a mouse and keyboard and a gamepad. But right now, it's not very gamepad friendly. So if you're going to go buy the game right now, I would recommend a mouse and keyboard. But, you know, as soon as we release this update, which will be coming out in, you know, the next several weeks, it's going to be great on gamepad or mouse and keyboard. Like, whichever you prefer, I think will be fantastic. So, okay. Okay. So, just to show you, like if I'm using a mouse and keyboard, this is what our hotbar looks like. And you can see my mouse and keyboard interface. You know, all the prompts are there for mouse and keyboard. You know, I hover over this, so it's designed to work perfectly with a mouse and keyboard. But when I switch to gamepad mode, boom, I press start on my controller, and you can see that the controls are all updated for that. All these hotkeys work for my controller. You know, I can go and view all this stuff just like I could with the mouse and keyboard. And so, we did this major redesign because we wanted it to feel perfect on both platforms, or on keyboard. Basically all platforms, but specifically, you know, mouse and keyboard or gamepad. I burned out all my torches, so I'm casting the light spell. You guys got your Steam Deck dev kits, right? Did that one guy send you one? I had Barony working on mine from work, and I was Hypetown USA. Yes, that guy, Gabe Newell, sent us a Steam Deck dev kit. I bought a retail dev kit for myself. Can I get it on camera here? Let's see. There you go. There's my Steam Deck. And I've played a ton of Barony on it so far. I do most of my playtesting for the gamepad portion on my Steam Deck, just because it works great. It's very easy for me to update assets onto it, so I'm testing my latest work, including like level design work, on a gamepad on the Steam Deck, and it just works great. I love my Steam Deck, by the way, for what it's worth. Hypetown USA, absolutely. Okay, so I'm gonna fix this sign, give it some highlights. There's not much to this one, that's fine. Doesn't need a period, it's just a description of a spell. Highlights. Okay, 0. And 0. Boom. Alright. Now the cold sign is done. That was easy. Will that change with the... Oh, there are some other streamers playing this game right now, and the UI looks much different. Yes, that's correct. That's the retail version of the UI. So if you buy the game right now, that's the UI you're getting. And so in a few weeks, several weeks, you know, a couple months, whatever it's going to be, yes, the UI is going to all update to what I'm using right now. Not available right now. It's in beta. Some features of the game don't quite work yet because we're still, like, we had to basically break all of the existing UI so that we could then put in new, better UI. Yeah. But if you bought it now, it will upgrade once the update launches. We haven't decided yet if we're going to increase the price of the game to account for the last 2 years of work. You know, we don't have a subscription or anything, and so, like, just to continue working on this game, it takes money, of course. I think I'm gonna put spell icons for light and levitate in here. That would make sense to me. Let's get the cold. Are all the Scarany gnome lines references to Frankenstein? I think all of them are, yes. Yeah, the novel, not the... I don't remember if I was referencing the novel or the movie more. But, like, merely sane spectators. That's definitely a line from Frankenstein. Because the gnome is supposed to look like a mad scientist in the Barony Scarany Halloween mod. For those of you who are just getting introduced to Barony, on behalf of Turning Wheel, I've created official Turning Wheel holiday mods. So you can go in the Steam Workshop and install a Halloween mod and It replaces the visuals and the music with a whole lot of stuff. Forwarded the game to your friends and you're going to play tomorrow? Awesome! Well, I hope you love it. I'm sorry that our update isn't out yet. Obviously, I'm working on the tutorials right now to make them better. So the game will be easier to learn once my update is done, but it's not done yet. So I hope y'all enjoy your time with it, knowing that it's going to get better and easier to learn. Okay, so let's get these icons in. Have you thought about streaming on Steam Live? Your stream will go to the top of the Steam store page. I've streamed on Steam a few times. When you say Steam Live, do you just mean like streaming and so that your stream displays on your game store page? If that's the case, I have done that before. Yeah, and like I've done it during big sales and other kinds of events. So I'd like to do it more. I didn't realize it went to the top of the Steam store page though. I definitely will be doing that during our big release event, whatever that ends up being. Okay, so we're gonna have light, levitate, and invisibility. Let's see if that works. Just light worked. It's probably levitation. Yeah. You know, we don't need invisibility in there. Actually, let's just leave it as light. I'm pretty sure, let's look at the other signs. Sleep spell, levitation. Okay, so this is just for light. So let's just leave this with the light icon. Steam really pushes developer live streams, yes. If you can if you are a dev, there's a setting for it. Yeah, I've done it before. Quite aggressive with the visibility. You're a freaking dev! Okay. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. I didn't realize that Steam was offering that much favor to dev streaming. So I'll take advantage of that more. Let's go ahead and highlight 2 there. So I've tried to make it so that if you're skimming only the highlighted words, it'll still make sense. Sustain spells active, continue to drain MP, recast sustain spells to deactivate. And then I use this green text for controls information. So if players are looking for what buttons to press, they'll have like a quick way to refer to it. So that's good enough for this light spell. We got cold here. We got levitation. Let's do levitation next. That's another easy one. So, this description is rather, I don't know, it leaves a lot to the user to sort of interpret. I don't explain what the spell actually does. I think that'd be better for a tutorial. Explain what the spell does and then let the player decide if they want to use it, as opposed to saying, if you're having a hard time, use sleep, which is basically what I'm saying here. It's not that useful. So I'm going to change this sign substantially. Causes the target to fall into a brief slumber. Sleeping targets will awaken if harmed. I think that is an appropriate description of sleep. And we can... Okay, so the sleep spell doesn't actually describe itself, which is useful. It means I can describe it here. If you read the spell, I believe that the sleep spell itself will tell you what it does, but the book doesn't tell you. You have to know the spell before you can access this description. So having the sign describe itself is wise if I expect players to use it during the combat trial. actually going to use the cold staff as the demonstration for recharge here. Okay, I'm trying to simulate the look of broken items in the UI right now. I think maybe my maybe this should go in front. How's that look? Yeah, I mean that looks more like the real thing. Something like that. I'll lower the opacity. Is there a mention of how multiple staves can look like, but have completely different spells? I mean, not really. Kind of implicitly, though, in the tutorial. Like the first staff you find in the tutorial is a red one and it casts Fireball, and the second one you find is a blue one and it casts Ice Bolt. So I do say that each staff has one spell in it. So I think that's enough information. Not only is it impossible to, have literally every single mechanic in the game described by the tutorial, I think it would also make the game less fun to have everything, like things you could figure out for yourself easily. It would be kind of lame if we told the player stuff like that. So I'm trying to, there's like a fine tightrope to walk in regards to that. Let's do Magic Feather inscribing. There's a recharge icon in there. Maybe we can abuse this. Okay. So I'm gonna here we go. We gotta rasterize this image and delete that. All right, and those are our recharge icons that we use in the Magic Feather menu. So I just co-opted it for this because that looks great in my opinion. It's obviously going from broken staff to recharged staff. That's the whole idea of this image. So we're gonna call this image sign recharge. Ding, easy peasy. That's enough, yeah? Okay, cool, Ivy, thank you. All right, so we're going back to our script. We're going to recharge with this scroll. That's so funny, okay. So we're going to just make like this, I think. That's the best way to do this. I want to find a sign reference like this. There we go. And we're going to go back to recharge. And dude, if you don't like using the find feature, like you don't want to do scripting. The file is so long and I'm not good at parsing that much text all at once. I don't think I'm exactly dyslexic, but like if somebody sits like a page of data in front of me, like my eyes just glaze over. Like I really have to be targeted in how I search through a document like that. Data, sign, recharge, boom, and now we can test. I think that should be ready. Boom! First attempt. Looks pretty good. I think I want to push this image a little bit to the left. Aim into that, yeah. That graphic looks pretty cool, in my opinion. All right, let's put a space bar after this. That might be all the alignment we need. Yeah, that looks much better. Looks more correctly aligned. And now I need to highlight the text. So we're just gonna highlight magic staffs. Recharged. Scroll. How's that? Boom. And I spawned this staff in the worn state, so it's actually ideal to charge it. So anybody who's watching this who's never played Barony before, right here you can see I've used a scroll, and this ugly little menu has popped up to the side here, asking me which staff I want to recharge. And this does not function properly on a gamepad. And so this is an example of what our old UI looks like, and the reason why we haven't just released this yet, because this menu is not done for the new update. So in the future, we're gonna have like a tooltip style interface where you'll activate the recharge scroll, and then you'll pick in your inventory which item you want. But this is the old UI. So I've recharged the staff, so now it's excellent, and you could actually win this trial with just this staff. Okay, is that all of them? Okay, it's all of those. It's all the items. So we still have this. There's a lot of like little mini tutorials throughout this. This is a mini tutorial about portals, because I've watched people playing Barony for the first time, and they'll encounter one of these portals and they'll have no idea what to do with it. They'll like walk through it and it won't do anything. And they're just like, what am I supposed to do? And so if you play through the trials, you will be taught this, whether it's the focus of the tutorial or not. Okay, so we're gonna do another glyph. Alright, variables. Activate this tutorial with just use when you're ready, and then we're going to go ahead and highlight with 1, 0. Oops. Activate this magic portal with 0, 1 when you are ready to be tested. Okay, so boom. And we're going to put highlights on magic portal, so 2. That's the second word, you know, in binary 0, 1, 2, so the second or third word in the line. Magic portal 0. when you are, and I'll highlight ready to be tested. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Cancel. Boom. I think I'm gonna put like a book, a staff, and a spell down here. Okay, I'm just trying to decide which prepared spell I should highlight with this. I'm thinking either sleep or levitate. But I've featured both of them in this room already. So I'm like tempted to show something else, but I also don't want to be too cryptic about what I'm trying to communicate to the player here. I just want to show them a spell icon, a book icon, and a staff icon. So just kind of like remind them that they've got options. Let's do Force Bolt. Spells, Force Bolt. Okay. So okay, I need to reduce the size of those two. That's fine. Wow, there's these duplicate coordinates and the game is gracefully not crashing. There should not be duplicate coordinates. It's like I'll have to go and fix that. 74, 37 by 37. Let's do 36 by 36. Much better. Alright, I found the one that originally had the problem. I'm going to do a quick scope around to see if I've got duplicate coordinates somewhere else. Or duplicate size indicators. Okay. What's up? Oh, what's up, Wall of Justice? I didn't notice that was you, man. I saw the teal nameplate and I thought it was ink. Didn't he already do it though, since he's a hot swordsman? Wink, wink. You know, I've done quite a bit of Trials work. It's trained me quite well, that's for sure. All right, I need to find. All right, I'm gonna just do some highlighting on this one. Hey, good to see you, Wall. Thanks for stopping by. An Orpheus joke. Oh, I get it. Well, contrary to popular belief, I'm not actually an undead lich wielding fire magic. That's exactly what an undead fire lich would say. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. It's true. Orpheus grinding the trials. You know, I actually wouldn't mind there being some lore connecting the Hall of Trials with the Magician's Guild. No faction currently is given credit for the creation of the Hall of Trials, but it does have a place on the map in the overworld. It is a real canon location, as far as I'm concerned. That this is a real place where adventurers were trained and tested. They probably weren't trained specifically for the Hamlet dungeons, but that's a part of the story we have not explored yet. It's true! It's suspiciously pro-merchant. The Merchants Guild is like consistently our source for conspiracy theories. The conspiracy theorist doesn't like the church or the Merchants Guild or the Hunters Guild, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, he asks, the conspiracy theorist asks if the church counts as a guild because he wants to be suspicious of them. Anyway, yeah, Merchants Guild is definitely the most shady and secretive one, but those shady secrets are never revealed. I'd like to think it's basically the Bilderberg group. Hey, well, I've got a bug here where I can't access the magic regeneration using a gamepad. I can only get regular regen. You want me to record that? You got it. Yeah, I can't move right. Oh, hold on. What took... I got there briefly. How did I do it? Oh, I had to press down. Okay, pressing down took me there. Alright, that's not so bad. I was just confused. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there could be an argument made for either way. Like, if you're just going down, you kind of want it to not skip one of them, which is what it would do if you had to press right. So, I don't know, maybe it's okay as is. I was definitely expecting to be able to move left and right, though. Which those buttons don't usually do anything here. Okay, my bad. Okay, I've changed this sign because in trial 4? I think in trial 4, I have a levitation pit sign that tells you you're gonna die when if your levitate runs out. So I didn't want a redundant tip here, so I changed this to be about needing abilities for secrets. Oh my gosh. Don't think I told you, but I thought Orphe and Yuva were actually tutorial mentors. That's funny. I could put a levitation icon in here, but I think the player gets the point about levitation by now. Wizard hats may increase your int, which improves your magic ability. A blessed wizard hat will improve int even more. So I get a lot of highlighting to do on this one. And I will make a wizard hat image, because why wouldn't I? You ready to say the butterface? That's pretty silly. Okay. If you're wondering why I built the image in this weird way, where I copied and pasted rather than like doing any art, is because these are translucent pixels, and so trying to paint, like, you can't just sample a color and get its translucent paint value. And there's a number of things I could do to paint that without having to copy paste, but this was, in my opinion, the fastest way to do it. So it might look weird, but it's fine. Trust me, I'm an expert. All right. All right. Yeah, no one blames you for liking Eurydice ink. It's great. I'm very happy if you like our game characters. All right, so wizard hats may increase your int, which improves your magic ability. A blessed wizard hat will add to int even more. Good. The only other thing I can think of that I kind of want to do here that I haven't done is point the player to the regen stats. Just because that's pretty important. So I could do that in the secret zone, or I could just move this sign over and do another sign next to it. I don't know. We don't teach the player about, well, right here I teach about magic regen. But it's not, because it's got this potion attached to it, it's not a great place to describe it. So, Herm. I mean, I could put it in a weird place like right here. I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, I mean, even adding one more line here would make this sign a little too long. I could probably condense this sign some. Like I mean, all I need to say is int increases, int and magic skill increases MP regen rate. But that's like 2 lines of text with how short the text has to be. I know, I'm just hemming and hawing over this. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm happy that these signs are all done. I'm kind of inclined to just not sweat adding that second sign. I could say regenerates. Can point to the stat RGN like that, which is sort of a hint that there's, if they look for that stat, they'll be able to find the information they're looking for. So it's subtle, but it's something. Get rid of that occasionally line. 6 lines, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I want 0, 1, 2. Okay, that should be okay. Okay, that's a much more informative tip. And hints at the player going to the region. In fact, I can put the region HUD icon in there. Let's do that. I'm just double checking the name of that file. HUD car sheet region. That was close. That was a good guess. Okay. All right, not bad. So now I'm pointing the player to 2 places. with the RGN text and then the RGN icon. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. I could noodle it more, but I think what's there is pretty good. So let's go. Let's go do this. Use your knowledge of magic to clear this room of the undead. I think I should highlight clear this room of the undead. Let's do that. I find it funny that I fizzled my levitate attempt. Alright. We had a good time killing skeletons. Okay. So let's go ahead and restart the trial. You've stopped muting yourself so we can all enjoy the sound of your soothing voice. Well, I definitely wanted to unmute when Ivy raided. There's a lot of new people here. And this work sort of requires a lot less. When I'm noodling a model or a texture, there's like a lot that I just need to just grind away on. But this is a lot of little problems to solve, so it's easier to talk through them all. All right. So here we have magic staffs to charge a single kind of spell, which any adventurer can use. Equip them and cast from them with right trigger, and then destroy. Okay. Perfect. I think maybe I should swap the locations of these two spells. Again, if the player encounters the spellbook first, they may just not read the one on the right. So I'm gonna go ahead and move these. So M should be the one on the top. Let's do a restart and see how that goes. We have load screens. Just in case. Okay, I messed up the pressure plate. I thought that might happen. Okay. And the gate works. Yes, gate's closed as intended. I'm actually okay if the player misses this first sign. Gonna do this. All right, now we have the new, we're seeing this room for the first time since I changed it to hopefully help better guide players toward the books first. You know, I don't really need this alcove on the left. I might just want to fill that in with brick. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I don't think it adds anything to the level to have that little left turn. So pencil, ding, just fill that in. I'll just speed run through, it won't take me long. Yeah, that's better. When I was making this room, I felt like it might feel weird to have it open up to the right and not to the left. So I was going for symmetry here. But this actually guides me more to the right. Seeing it open up to the right makes me feel like I want to move into the middle of the room rather than staying in the center of the room, and I think that's better. Okay, so now this gives me a clear agenda of what I'm kind of expected to do before giving me the other room to move into. You can automatically wield different spellbooks by using them from your hotbar. Actually, I need to drop another line in there. Move that ore to the previous line. I don't think that's gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna have to redo the highlighting on this one, but that's okay. What did I do wrong? There we go. Cheers, Inc. Thanks for hanging out on stream. Appreciate you. Okay, I'd say that works fairly well. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to go ahead and be redundant with the control for casting from a wielded spellbook, so that the player really doesn't have to look at more than one sign to know what to do. I want to give them all the information I can across multiple signs, but the one right next to the door, I want them to be obvious. Okay, I think that is exceedingly clear enough. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. So just to, I'm gonna run through it on mouse and keyboard. And we're gonna do face hotbar, and we're gonna restart trial. Make sure all the controls are right. This level done, except for the video gathering, yes. The signs, I've just wrapped up the signs. And I'm checking on a mouse and keyboard now. Okay, well, I've got a mismatched potion color there, but I don't know. There's nothing I can do about that. So I either don't show a potion or I just make peace with the fact that the potion color is different. I think that's okay. All right, ran through with mouse and keyboard and everything looked good. So aside from footage gathering, I'm gonna call this one done. Back to the Hall of Trials. The next trial that we have to revise is the last of the non-advanced trials. And while I don't know if you were on stream to see this, but I've added advanced lesson all to these sort of very playstyle specific mechanics. I think everything else in the game is something that like every class kind of needs to know, but trials 7 through 10 are kind of specific to playstyles, and so I've labeled them as advanced lessons so that players feel like they have like a natural out to be like, I'm not gonna do all 10. I'm just gonna do the first 6. And so anyway, we just did casting, and we'll do stealth and sneak attacks next. I very cleverly put on a way to turn on the light in this room. Very silly. And that's not even started yet. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break before I get working on these. I'll put my BRB face back on and leave the music on for you. But yeah, happy to have, let's go ahead and save this. Nah, it's already saved. this is all saved, so we're going to go ahead and open tutorial 6. This is the stealth tutorial, which is one of my favorites. I like this tutorial a lot. There's some things I might be able to do to make this one a little better. Just minor layout changes to prevent common mistakes that I didn't really intend for the player to run into much. Common problems kind of occur occasionally, so I'll wrap some of those up. But this is one of my more favorite tutorials. I like it a lot. So, all right, be back in a minute. Alright, folks. Those of you who stuck around, thank you for your patience. I had been sitting for a long time and really needed that break. So the next step I have to do is pretty straightforward. I just need to export all of the existing signs from the map so that I'm not starting from scratch using Wall of Justice's dump tool. I don't know if Wall's still here. Either way, doesn't matter so much. But it's very handy in letting me dump all of the tools. That's interesting. What is this text source doing? Oh, unfreezes. Huh. So I've got a script here to unfreeze this monster if the player or the goblin leader moves away from this spot. Okay, so I've carefully set this up. So just analyzing this level that I designed, I had some problems with this starting area being really unreliable, unpredictable. And, you know, this is a big enough chunk of the map that the goblins would regularly wander around and end up in this spot. All right, thanks, Wall. Cheers. Thanks for hanging around, man. But yeah, the goblins would be all like sort of all over the place and be set up in a way that isn't really great for doing this stealth mission in the way that I intended. I wanted the player to cross, you know, solve one problem at a time. Okay, you've got this goblin here. What do you do about him? And then you cross this, and then you've got these two goblins that they're going to be in a different spot. Or they're going to be in these spots at first, and then you want to be able to watch them move. So it's not much of a learning experience if the player can't really see what's going on. And so I want the player, once they cross this river, to see where these guys are going. Now in the same way, like, once the player's dealt with this goblin, their next problem is this goblin, who, if they don't take this torch down, this goblin is going to see them. And so so that's why I wait until the player is across the water to unfreeze these two goblins, who can then patrol around like they would in the game. And then once this goblin has actually moved from where he's standing, this one's sort of guarding the exit, then he may have the opportunity to move. And so these two will reliably, in most cases, be in these positions, and so the player's going to have to do whatever exploring they need to do in order to make stealthy, smart moves. So it's funny to just go back into my level designs and see what the heck I was thinking when I put them together. But this one makes sense, plenty of sense to me. All right, so we're gonna go into this trial in the game. This is how it starts. We're gonna type dump signs, boom. Easy. And then going back into our folders, we're going to open up, we're going to move this into tutorial 6, and then from there we're going to open up the script. Okay, so this is all the signs that are in there. The other thing we're going to do, well, first off, let's copy the colors. So my default colors for the text are always the same from map to map, and I can change them on a case-by-case basis if I want to, but I start with a list of basics. And then we're also going to open our log file, which has the coordinates and names of, let's just go to home, delete, coordinates and names of each sign that the sign dumper produced for me. So my first job is going to be to go into the map editor and change all the signs so that they refer to these code names instead of the actual text that I put on them in the first place. And that way when I click the signs, the new signs UI will come up instead of the old text that just appears. So I'm just going to go through that process. It takes time. It's not really that interesting, but it's something I have to do. I've seen players on occasion get confused in this situation where once they go down this hallway and they kill these skeletons, they kind of don't know what to do next. They kind of assume that they need to come back through here. And so I may need to make this more of a choice, like put this sign inside of an alcove and have a lever open these gates rather than have them be automatically opened, which is what they do now. I can also freeze these monsters until you open the gates, which I think would provide a more consistent learning experience, which is the whole point. So what is this, by the way? 24 to 28. I think I'm gonna leave this one alone. I think 2 to 28. Okay, this is the script for this courtyard. So they are not frozen yet. That's fine. So what is this trap for? I don't know what this trap is for. I feel like these traps don't do anything. I think maybe these are left over from when I was attempting to make it so like when the player went into the courtyard, it wouldn't open until they killed all the skeletons or something. Either way, that wasn't attaching to anything, so I'm just gonna leave that. I'm just gonna make that go away. And then I'm gonna add like a freeze monsters command to these guys at some point, and then have this unfreeze them, or have those. I could have something unfreeze them. Actually, these it's funny. I feel silly, but I just put the wire in the pressure plates back there. So I'm gonna have like a script attached to these guys and unfreeze them when you enter the courtyard. So let's go ahead and figure that out. So this is 24-2826. Oh, this already unfreezes them. Okay, so I actually don't need this. I don't need this after all. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'm already getting the job done. So once the player opens this, then these skeletons unfreeze, and they might move around a little bit, but not. It's not meaningful. I don't need them to move around. Okay. All right. I'm supposed to be renaming signs here, but instead I've been farting around with the scripting. Pardon me. All right, I finished putting the right code names on all the signs so that they will refer to the new script. So I can close this. No, I don't want to save the log. And this is tutorial 6, which is what we want to be working on. I need to replace Pixel Maz Multiline with Pixel Mix. Boom. All right. Now I'm just going to go through and start formatting these signs so that they can actually fit in the new sign dimensions. This one cracks me up. While invisible enemies can still sense you, even if you are very close, especially if you attack. I feel like every time I've been watching a stream that somebody uses invisibility for the first time, they're like, what? How come that guy can see me? But of course, this is a secret lesson. So, it's something that most players will still have to learn by failing, which I guess I don't mind. Thanks, Ivy. Yeah, I'm still going. I really appreciated the raid earlier. I think most of the folks that came by from your stream are probably gone now. But I see a few have stuck around. And, you know, for whatever time they were here, I hope they had a good time. Yeah, we're doing our best. I've moved on from, I finished Trial 5, and now I'm working on Trial 6. Just starting on formatting the text of the new signs. All right. So after that bit of a grind, I got all the sign text reworked. So that at least it's in shorter lines and it should fit on the signs. Now I need to go through the tutorial and make sure that they're that my guesses on the length is correct. I'm usually pretty close, but it can be challenging, especially if I'm using larger words in the signs, which might sound silly, but that's just the way it is. And before I go through that, let me see if there's some changes I can make. I feel like I want to move this situation back a little bit. Because I really don't like it when the player gets shot in the back here when they're just trying to go through this gate. I've got like a sign for them to read right here, and so I'm like actively encouraging the player to stand there and get hit. And I don't like that. So let's fix that up. So this is where we start, little forested area. The gate's open for you when you approach. You read a sign. It's dark in here, but the player has a torch, so it's dark on purpose. Let's go ahead and put a column here. It'll look a little cleaner. We have the troll and the training bot. This works well now. The most common mistake I see is that players get too close to the troll when they're attacking, and it turns and kills them. And the sign says specifically, don't get too close when you're attacking, when you're flanking a foe, or they may turn your attention on you. So I think that's fine. Players ignore that warning. Players seem to really understand how to do this room quite well. Okay, this is looking correct. Let's see how I feel about this. Dirt path to the exit here, or tiles. I think dirt is better. Let's go ahead and put dirt all the way up to here. Okay. And then we have the secret over there. And yes, it is a secret to everybody. Okay, then here we have the sign that you now read over this lever. This room is kind of fine, as it always was. Fine as it ever was. Fine as it ever was. And this whole area is kind of compact, but I think it gets the job done. I don't really like this gate, like, opening the way it does. I think it's kind of bad. Not really sure why I did it this way in the first place. So let's just fix it now. It's annoying. So, I mean, I can just have it so that when the player enters this room, you know, then this door opens, and that's all it needs to do, really. Okay. What is this pressure plate even for? It just doesn't make sense to me. put that there. Let's just make this an inverted gate. Oh, what did I delete? Another pressure plate. Okay, let's go ahead and make this an inverted gate. So that this gate will be open when you approach it, and then when you walk through it, the gate will close behind you. That's so much simpler. I have no idea what the hell I was doing here. It was a mess. It was a mess! Alright. So I think something that's going to help this one substantially is a video showing the concept of taking the torch. I've decided as collect torches to darken areas, and I'll use footage from this area here to make it clear that the player can collect torches to darken a place, because I've seen a lot of players just ignore this torch, and that could be really bad. Like, usually they don't get caught by this goblin, but sometimes they do, and that's pretty bad. So are there any other layout changes I need to make for this? I mean, I could hide some additional tutorial information in here if I play through and feel like it needs something. I'll just keep that in mind. I mean, I could have a sign about this rock hinting at what you might do with it, but eh. Alright, I think that's all the layout change I'm going to do. Actually, you know what? One last thing. I'm going to put grass in the courtyard. Because, come on. Why don't we have any stinking grass in the courtyard? So I'm going to save it. I'm going to open introduction. What is it? Intro? Okay, fine. Oh, it's start. Start is the name of it. Open. Okay, so we got grass all over the place in this one. 673 is all I need to know. Why not decorate it? No grass? Like, come on. Get real, bro. Alright, we got grass. All right, we'll put a ton of grass all over the place. Now let's restart the trial and play through it once to get a sense of how the signs are. Already looks way better with the grass in it. Okay, this is one of the ones with the longer line in it, so I'm fairly confident now that the rest of them are going to be good and acceptable. Yeah, this one was really long. It's going to be a good one for a video. Oh, where's my... Hold on a sec. Where's my dummy bot? Where's my dummy bot? Oh, he's right here. What happened to my dummy bot? That's not acceptable. Why did the dummy bot not show up? That's really odd. Oh, you know what it is? He's not immune to damage anymore. Dummy bots used to be immune to damage. Enemies in general used to be passively immune to damage if their AC was high enough. And now that's not the case anymore. So I probably need to freeze this troll until the player opens the gate so that that doesn't happen. Okay, I do have... This troll, in theory, is frozen until I open this gate. So I could have this just delayed until here. Let's see what happens when I just delay this to here and see how that goes. It's not frozen. The troll's not frozen for some reason. I wondered if that would happen. Because otherwise I was hanging out in this area for a while. It shouldn't have started attacking until then. This says attached to monsters, attached range. 18, 20. Okay, so this doesn't freeze him. I mean, this one says freeze all monsters, but it's not freezing that troll. So I'm gonna just to fail safe, I'm gonna put a script here that, and it's on block 1820. 18, 20. I'm going to save that and restart the trial. And if he's unfrozen now, then I'm guessing some of my scripts are contradictory. They must be contradicting. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I should just put this here. So this one is just supposed to unfreeze. And this one is going to make it attack the dummy bot. Maybe I can go without this special one, because this one is supposed to freeze all monsters. So let's save that. All right. Okay, he's asleep. That's a good sign. Maybe when he's sleeping, he doesn't count as unfrozen. And if I open this gate, okay, he immediately stands up and starts attacking the dummy bot. So that's pretty good. Okay. And the troll probably has a little more health than it really needs. I may just reduce the health just so the player's not sitting there clicking away for so stinking long. Let's make its HP like 50. Not quite half as long to chop them down. Okay, that worked perfectly. And that was definitely long enough to chop that guy down. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so one of the things I did here is that I moved this door a little closer and I pushed the torch out a little further. So you can see some light coming through that gate, which is why I put that torch there. But it used to be that you could stand in the doorway and these guys would see you and start shooting at you, and that's not the case anymore. So players are like reading this sign, getting shot in the back, and I was just like, that's not what I want. I want you to be able to read this sign and feel safe. Okay, good. All these signs are really lined up properly. Can you equip the dummy bot with items? Like give it a shield? I mean, I've never attempted it before. I don't think you can, but I've never attempted it. Like a +10 for pure AC. Like a +10 shield. I mean, maybe I can try it. It would probably be invisible on him, but it might be secretly equipped. Okay, that works exactly as intended without all the jank. Ow. Dude, that guy really saw me. Let's get the old AC behavior. Okay. Yeah, I'll try giving him a... I'll try giving him a shield in his left-hand slot and see what happens. Okay, so the first pass on just arranging the signs has worked out great. Let's see. Let's test Wall's idea. By the way, thanks for coming back. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, it cannot. I guess I could put a ring of protection on it, like blessed plus 10. Oh, because it's blessed, right? I'd have to disable his ability to drop items, which is something I can do. Yeah, I don't want the player to be able to get this item, but... Okay, so let's see if the troll still kills him. It'll be interesting to find out. So it looks like the dummy bot is not taking any damage. Oh, so if the player tries to damage it, he won't take damage either. So the player won't be able to get the ring anyway. But the dummy bot's not even flinching, which is hilarious. I kind of like the way he looks better when he is flinching. So I may just give him a ton of health or something. Not that it really matters. Like, it's okay if the troll just defeats the dummy bot. I don't mind. But I was curious. Yeah. Yeah, no drop items. But yeah, I can't kill him, which is great. I don't need to kill him. I could sit here and level up though on him. It's probably better if the troll just kills him if you're too slow. I think that's fine. I'm gonna take the ring off, but thanks for pointing out that this is still an option. I think it's important to have the dummy bot look like he's taking hits, and I don't want the player to be able to not infinitely, but grind up all their melee skills on this guy. Like, that's not a strategy that's important in this trial, so I'm fine disabling it by making it so the dummy bot actually dies. There's no reason why he can't. But good to know. I've never made a dummy bot wear a ring before. Funny, I coded to not flinch. Forgot that. That's funny. Yeah. It's such a special case just for that one guy, too. Okay, so the next steps in the process are to highlight all the signs, make new graphics for them, and that's not worrying yet about making videos. So I think that because of the time, it's probably a good time for me to call it on the stream. I'll probably do a little bit of work while I'm watching TV with my family tonight. So I may or may not be ready to move on to Trial 7 tomorrow. But I'm glad I got to get through all the signs for a trial and make some changes to this one today so that it behaves better already, which is important to me. Yeah, I may have to do something about that last battle to make it a tad bit easier. Like maybe giving the Goblin Leader a staff of cold instead of a staff of poison, because I've seen people die to that poison, and it's just like, that's not the point of the trial, and there's nothing you can do about the poison, so I don't think it's really that fun. So yeah, because I'm at the I'm probably gonna work for a little while tonight, like I said, but because I'm at like a good stopping point with all the signs getting done and I've fixed some of the scripting and stuff, I think it's a good time for me to call it. So I want to thank all of you again for taking the time to come hang out with me on my stream. Really do appreciate it, and probably be streaming more Trials work for more of this week. Hope you'll have a great Tuesday evening. Be good to others, and while you're at it, might as well be good to yourself. Love you. Bye.